Of Ivor. Oh, I forgot something actually. Got Streamlabs. It's not difficult. It just takes a bit longer. You get into a routine after a while. It isn't that bad. It just yeah, it just takes a while. It's very satisfying though when you actually finish. In the US. Nice. The beef. I work on this. I try to work on this pretty close to daily. I do have my stream schedule in the description if you want to see it, but so Reagan. Yeah, I try to work on this daily. The only day I know for sure I can't do it, I mean I technically could, but I'd have to wake up really early, is Sunday. But it's the only day I really can't work on it that much. If or at all really. every day other than that day is the day I can really work on it though. So at the moment, this section is 431 by 100. And the entire world is 862 by 862, or 861 by 862, or some weird. Apparently it's not actually 862 by 862, but whatever. I'm just gonna go with it, because honestly it's not that big of a deal. At one point I did get burned out because because of external factors, but generally I don't get burned out unless something happens outside of this project, but yeah, I really don't, just except for when that happens, so. I have used, I think, over 5,000 something, like 5,250, 5,000, something like that. I think close to 5,500 at this point. Do mind they all have max enchantments as well. I go through pickaxes to an insane rate. I can go through like almost 20 pickaxes in within a couple hours. I think there was one time I went through, I think it was over 50 pickaxes in a day. It's quite the mental, this project really does favor certain psychological parts of your mind. It's hard to explain. It is quite mental. It's pretty much all mental, honestly. There's nothing else to it, it's just mental. Like literally mental, and it uses mental functions. It's hard to explain really. It like favors certain functions of the brain. It would take a while to explain. What's up, Duke? I've been working on this for just over 3.5 years. I'm gonna eventually have to start saying 4 years, or just under 4 years, but at the moment I'm just gonna keep saying around just over 3.5 years. mean, the fact that nobody's really done this, I mean, uh, there are a few people who have done this, but, or at least attempted at it, but there's a reason why nobody's actually completed this, because this takes quite the amount of effort, or quite the amount of patience and dedication to even pull off. What's up, GR Chris? Actually, I remember your name. Yeah, cognitive functions. I wasn't too sure if it basically it favors certain cognitive functions. I didn't want to go into too much, so of what it favors and stuff like that. And it shouldn't be surprising at what it favors, really, if I explain it. So I'm at around 78%. I think I'm getting close to 80 by this point. 78, 79%. It's kind of hard to say when I'm getting to the weird specific percentages. After this section, I'll be up to 81% though, because each section takes up 6.25% of the entire world, so kind of a weird statistic, but it's the thing. I have, okay, so if you account for all the diamonds that I have that I've already mined up and aren't ore, I have around 11,600 diamonds. But if you account for the diamonds that I already have, like if I theoretically mined the ore that I have with me, if I mine all of those diamonds with Fortune 3, I'd have over probably 13,000 diamonds. I would say something like that at least. What's up, Terraria Slime? Okay, I gotcha. So it favors a cognitive function called introverted intuition, or NI. Since there's 8 of them, there's NI, NE, SE, SI, TI, TE, FE, FI. There's judging and perceiving functions. TI, thinking and feeling functions are decision making. NI, NE, all the intuition and sensing functions are how you take in information and stuff like that. Basically, yeah, just how you perceive the world, in some form or fashion. So it really favors NI for sure, because NI is attached to willpower, it's attached to desire, it's also attached to someone's level of focus, like the fact that I focus on this project, and when I literally default to focus and willpower, so it takes literally 0 mental effort for me to do this project. Like, I could just sit here and just not do anything, basically shut off my brain, to do this project. So that's the short-term way. That's the, I guess you could say the, that's how I have the ability to do this project, really. Over and over and over again without getting burnt out. As long as there's nothing external holding me back in some way. If there's nothing external, and I'm not overly committing myself to this project, which I'm not, thank God. I used to at some point. That gives me the ability to do this project way easier than I'd say majority of people from a psychological standpoint. But I still have to put in the, I still have to make the choice to do it every single day though. Up to a point. I mean, eventually it can become muscle memory if I implement it into like a routine, sort of. Then it becomes extremely powerful. If I can implement willpower into the routine, miracles happen. Let me just say that. Yeah, NI is all about long-term planning. Well, sort of. It's not really the plan. It's more like just long-term goal. It's just a goal. Like my goal was mining out the world 4 years ago, and I've stuck with it because that focus, being able to focus on the goal for every single day and default to it. Yes. Why, you're actually into it? Wait, do you know, you're like really into it, alright. I wasn't too sure. That's why I don't usually share the information. I used to kind of say it a lot, but most people generally didn't understand it or didn't really care that much. Yeah, I'm in INFJ. Which makes it even technically better for me than an INTJ, because INTJ would have to be in the mood to do it, but I don't really have that limitation as much. Mine's more like I could literally just do it and not have to worry about it. As long as I know my goal, like TI knowing my goal, then I'm fine. Oh, you're INFP? That's pretty nice. I have a friend who's an INFP, actually. Pretty much talk to him quite consistently. Honestly, I kind of question how much I'm into it. It's kind of, I bet it annoys quite a few people how much I'm actually into it. It explains a lot though. I mean, my parents used to get mad because I'd focus so hard on like what I was doing on my computer screen. I would literally sit like 1 inch away from it, and they would get mad because I was so focused on the screen, just focused on whatever, honestly. And they would just get so mad. They kept talking to me about it. And I'd sit back and then I'd go back into it, and then I'd sit back, and it was really frustrating. I still have a problem with pickaxes sometimes though. That focus sometimes gets I get a little too deep in my thoughts and just focusing on mining that I don't really think sometimes about my pickaxes. But that doesn't happen very often. It happens, it's like this weird streak that I go on. It's like I do really well with pickaxes, and there's like that one time where I just do garbage. My dad is an ISTJ and my mom is an ESFJ. Which makes sense because if my dad's an ISTJ, we're part of the same quartet, which was the Four Sides, which makes sense. Your parents, usually the children are the same quartet as their parents, generally speaking. It's a very reoccurring pattern. It doesn't always happen. It's really rare if it doesn't happen. But I'd say generally that's what happens. It's pretty interesting, actually. Which, let me tell you, the ISTJ-INFJ relationship is really odd in general, just general relationship. It's a really odd one because it's super ego relationship between each other. It's very odd and can be very frustrating sometimes. That's a really interesting combination, I'll tell you that much. My entire family is basically like all sensors, pretty much. And my friends, quite a few of them are intuitives, but which gets weird with that dynamic being like in the middle of everything like that. Like my parents, my cousins, my sibling, all sensor types. And then I have my friends, which actually quite a few of them aren't. Let's see, 1, 2. Actually, I think only 2 of them are intuitives that I know of, at least, that I've typed. And then the rest are sensors. It's not a bad thing, I just find it interesting. The prioritization of functions, the dynamics between of intuitive thinking more what if versus the concrete types thinking more what is. It's kind of odd. Actually, sorry, three friends. Because weirdly enough, one of my longest term friends is an ENFJ. Interesting dynamics, let me tell you. Some of those dynamics with that very high incompatibility makes it some very odd interactions. I did wish that I had a bit more flavor to my family in terms of cognition. It's kind of just SJs with a little bit of SP. And then you have me, that's literally the complete opposite of everybody else. Which isn't a bad thing, it's just kind of odd, let me tell you. Yes, FP. Seems like an interesting dynamic. It's probably, I don't know, it gets weird when you get into, like, if you have, like, an extroverted version of your own type, like, as a friend or something like that. It gets really odd because you have very similar behaviors, but it's more like, especially the introversion, being introverted versus the extroversion. It's really odd because it's like you're almost looking at yourself, but that's slightly more out there. It's kind of odd. It's almost like you're looking into a mirror, but just slightly twisted. Like, dang, it does help to learn from the other person, though. That's a nice thing about having somebody who's that's so close to your own type. I know the two types are so different from each other, but there's some very close similarities when it comes to, especially with the transitions. The different four sides. It gets a bit odd. Oh, you have two ENFP friends? That's probably really odd. It's so weird doing the extroversion introverted. I wonder how the opposite feels about it. Like, I wonder how the extroverted types, like how, in your case, your ENFP friends think of you being an INFP, or not thinking of you being an INFP, but like your interactions with them versus like how my ENFJ friend deals with not deals, but like, I wouldn't say thinks, but I don't know how to explain it. Like, kind of how they feel about the interactions that me and him have. Probably very. Wonder how they feel about that. About the dynamics, I guess you could say. What they think of the dynamics between. What's up, Mercy? What also sucks about the super high focus, I also have a it's also a side effect of paranoia constantly. Since that super high NI orbits the any, which is in the Nemesis slot, it becomes paranoia of maybe not drinking enough water or something like that. Like, it could be really bad, but that's probably how my friend thinks of me. Like, not in that sense, but like in the sense of like, actually don't know. I actually really don't know, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, man. My parent function isn't very developed, I'm not gonna lie. It's not amazing. It's gotten way better, like it's like 10 times better it feels like than it used to be. But that paranoia gets really frustrating. It also doesn't help. That laser focus also doesn't help with needs. Because if you have all the willpower for your own wants, good luck with your needs. Because wants and needs are a reflection of each other. Just like NI and SI are a reflection of each other. So yeah, needs are kind of a hard thing to balance, but it's definitely doable for me. So Wraith. I can actually utilize needs. I'm trying to understand how muscle memory works really, because muscle memory, since I don't know, since it's so low that I just can't harness it that well. I'm trying to harness muscle memory in a way. It seems a bit weird trying to harness muscle memory, but when you have no idea what your body's doing, like half the time you're living, it's oh, is it too? Oh, is it like overly are you overutilizing it? Because that is a problem that you could do, that could happen. Because there's a lot of people who get stuck in their ego, and not get stuck in their ego, but they use it too much. Like in my case, if I use my parent function too much, it would just become enabling. That'd be the problem with it. Because there's ways to develop it, a healthy or an unhealthy way, depending on how you use it. I used to not use it at all. Now I use it, but I'm trying not to use it where I enable people. That's the big problem. Which I have enabled people to at least a little degree, but that's the only way. It's to stop enablement, really. That's a healthy way for me to develop it, but I would think in your case, it's literally just focus on, or not focus, but just look at what other people want. Actually, I would say probably the best way is literally just gather as much experience as possible and then protect people from future happenings, because it's prescience. That's the healthiest way to use your parent function. Is just warn people, really. It's like, maybe you shouldn't want that because this will happen to you in the future or whatever. In my case, it's just, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that because it's unethical to do in some case. Like being horribly ungrateful in a certain situation. That could be an example of me like, okay, so why are you doing this? Why are you being so ungrateful to this person or whatever? It's like the ultimate, it's like the, weirdly enough, it's like the parent of a parent. It's like when you think of a parent, I would think of FE parent as like literally the parent function. Because I mean, that is kind of what a parent does. It stops somebody, it keeps people having better manners, which in this case it'd be it's kind of weird because it's in my parents' slot, but I don't know. I played on easy a little while back. I forgot why though. Oh yeah, I remember now. I was getting zombie villagers. Honestly, I can't really remember. I mean, you can use your parent function as an encourager, but yours is more of a seeing other people's futures, since you do see, if you're an INFP, yours is more like seeing other people's futures. I'd say, I think your inferior is more of a, your inferior function is more of a encourager than your, because it's all about belief. But your parent function's more of a, hey, if you do this, this may happen to you, or if you do this, this will happen to you, because I can see into your own future because of my own experience. I mean, mine can be encouraging, like I can encourage people with it, but generally it's more like, it's more of teaching people in a way of like, you shouldn't do this because it's unethical in some way. It's like seeing other people not really, it's like, it's teaching people not to be a bad person, if that makes sense. Out around people. It's like, hey, you're being too selfish in this social situation. Or something of that sort. What's up, Mohammed? Or it's also developing it also makes me I have to understand the social circumstances of what's happening right now. So like is it socially acceptable for me to talk about whatever it is? Do other people feel good about it's not just an external thing like parenting other people, it's also they themselves it's the parent function also reflects the own person as well. So I need to be responsible of certain social situations of when to speak, when to talk, when to whatever, honestly, anything of that sort. Like, is it socially acceptable to talk about this thing? Is it, or not talk about this? Yeah, actually, it kind of has to do with that, sort of. Socially acceptable to, for example, like in school, like raising your hand before, so you can speak up. That's an example of something that's ethical towards other people, which I was intuitively aware of at the time because of the FE parent just absorbing the ethics. Because that's an ethical thing, is raising your hand to speak up, to do something, but a lot of people didn't really understand that. But I had to be aware of that myself. I had to be responsible with the social ethics. What truly is a bad person? Actually, that's a TE response, because it's a label. It's like, okay, what is a bad person? TE, because it's talking about the label of somebody. What classifies TE as a bad person? Because you're questioning, you're questioning it. TE is a questioning function. It's inquisitive. What is that phrase? You constantly question. There's a word for it. I forgot what it's called. But if I had a billion subs, I don't know what I would do. I can't even imagine somebody even having a billion subscribers. What's up, Rafi? Yes, more water. I wouldn't say doubting. I mean, it could be doubting, but I don't know. TE is just about questioning, though. It's all about questioning. When they say, why do you think that? That's literally TE. I mean, it's literally questioning. Actually, I would say all extroverted functions are really questioning, but TE is questioning thinking in general. Just, why do I think this? Why do other people think this in some case? Why is this label? I'm gonna go and save real fast as well. It's FI is technically FI is FI is more objective than FE because FE is because it's social rules. Social rules can be very arbitrary at certain times. FI are principles that people can live by. It's more objective than FE because all extroverted functions are always more subjective to some degree more than introverted functions because introverted functions are concrete where extroverted functions are more abstract. Like TE is data. Data in itself is just floating pieces of symbols that don't really do much until you bring them together with TI. Like that phrase, the data, information, knowledge, wisdom. That does not mean that that does not mean that they can't be at least a little bit of objectivity with extroverted functions, but generally they're less objective than. You would think FI is this does not mean they're fully objective. Like take for example TI. Sure, a TI user could be right about something, like logically. That does not mean that whatever it is completely objective because information can change, which is where the TE comes from, which TI stands on TE, which makes TI change with TE in certain circumstances. So facts can change. For example, like Pluto being a planet and it not being a planet. Like it was removed because it was classified as not being a planet. So at one point you could say it was a fact that Pluto was a planet, and then later on you could say, okay, it wasn't a fact because the standard that Pluto being a planet was based on was based on a specific standard. It does get very confusing. I thought for some reason I thought that FI and I actually had a little argument with an INTP friend that talked about how, which was it was funny trying to say that FI was an objective function to some degree, and he just kept saying no. But he has FI demons, so it's not like he really cares that much about FI in general. So, which was funny to see. Which I hope he doesn't think that TI is more objective. Actually, technically TI is technically more objective, but it still isn't fully objective. There's no function out there is fully objective. It's impossible because it rides on the extroverted components to some degree at least. Extroverted intuition is the most subjective function. You could argue that extroverted sensing could be, but I would say extroverted intuition is the most subjective. Introverted thinking is probably the most objective. Yeah, introverted thinking is probably the most objective objective function. Still does not make it fully objective in its own right. I mean, those hypes that understand this objectivity versus subjectivity are probably ENFPs the most that understand this objectivity versus subjectivity. They don't even really understand why, or because the I can believe anything type of thing is sort of like a sign that subjectivity and objectivity since they have two of the beliefs combined with that anything is possible with any hero, it literally is just meaning that it could just switch on a whim different parts of pieces of information. It's kind of weird, but it's like it really shows the subjectivity of information in general, really, which can ultimately change the introverted functions, really. Do you know who Kilo Crazy Man is? I'm pretty sure you know who Kilo is, right? Because interestingly enough, he's an INTJ. It's pretty interesting that, of course, an NI hero would be the first one to the far lands. Yeah, it's not. Oh, it's not really that they switch between it. It's just more like they just become both in a way, because they like go with the information. So it's like it's almost always subjective, that information, to some degree. It's like which makes sense because it's all that data combined with that possibility. It's just anything could really become anything at that point, so it can become super subjective, which does not mean they can't have objective information. It's just that it's generally subjective for the most part, because information will almost always be subjective to some degree. You could have a fact in front of you, but that fact may not always be a fact. So like an ENFP could take in a fact, but if it changes, they could just they just constantly question it again and again and again. It's like, but a TI user would say that original fact is the fact, but the information could have changed, so that TI user could actually be wrong. This is why TI has some subjectivity. Fortunately, that's when having that ENFP unconscious, having my own ENFP unconscious is very useful for questioning. The problem is there's sometimes where I shouldn't question, I should just think for myself. There's a lot, I need a balance, really, actually using my brain versus questioning, which basically comes down to I need to use my brain then question if I can't figure it out. Sometimes I don't do that though, and I just question constantly, which I mean is better than not questioning, but at the same time it's like it's so obvious sometimes. It's like, god dang, I just want to like facepalm so hard. I could have just figured that out on my own, but I decided to ask, just jump to asking. Alright, I'll see you, beef. Just speaking of Kilo, I wonder how much he's gained in subscribers. Yep, he has gained. Not surprising, honestly. It's still funny. It's funny going back to these videos and looking at the comments and seeing people thinking that he didn't actually make it to the Farlands yet, or still searching for it. I don't know. I just find that really funny. He's still gaining in subscribers. Unfortunately, it's kind of unfortunate he's not capitalizing on any of it. But I mean, it's fine, really. I mean, I'm not gonna be let's be honest here. I'm probably not gonna be capitalizing that much on in the future. I mean, I might if it really goes. If my channel really travels far, which I have no idea if it will, but if it does, that would be quite swell. But I don't know. you, Broy. I actually saved. I don't think I actually saved. Yeah, just literally and didn't do anything. This stream I think is gonna go pretty late because of the time I started. It doesn't really matter that much. My sleep schedule's kind of meh anyway. Mainly because I generally don't have to get up that early almost at all on any of the days that I have to work. Even 11. 11 is the earliest I have to get up, or 10 is the earliest I have to get up. Which kind of sucks for streaming because it's like I kind of... It's kind of a weird... It's kind of in a weird pickle where like I go to sleep the days that I could wake up early. In stream it kind of gets stifled because the days that I work, at least for the most part, are from I have to work up until at least 11. I'd say generally 12 minimum. Was not expecting that. Second. Give me a second. Get something. Dang, these things are expensive. Actually, they're not that expensive, but still. Some of these are, my god. Um, what's that, Camden? I don't think so. I don't think a single person's actually used TNT yet. Not fully, at least. Some people will probably try, let's be honest here, but I don't think so. That I know of. I haven't seen a single person video or anything show somebody mine out an entire Minecraft world. Not even an old world, weirdly enough. That's not even counting a classic world though, which is way bigger. Ten times the amount of blocks. Does it really count as mining though if you use TNT though? I mean, I guess if you collect everything somehow you can consider it mining, but I think I'm just gonna let the project speak for itself really. Because I think it will speak for itself. I think I'm just gonna do my own thing on YouTube and just let the really the community see it more than bringing it to the community. Yeah, exactly. I mean, think about the boom I had back in 40% randomly. Like that was explosive. 2 times, in fact. Especially the second. The second time was even more explosive, honestly. The problem is it kind of faded away quick. That one faded away very quickly. The first one was, I think, lingered a little bit more. You know what's funny? People still watch. Like, I still see the viewer count on the 17 million video increase slightly. It's one of, actually, funny enough, it's one of my higher view videos, generally through the months. Like, in terms of increased amount of views. It's super weird. I know that was like the video people watched. It's my most popular video by far. It's like the video everybody got directed to when I first, or the second time I blew up. I feel like this is gonna be one of those channels that people just rewatch over and over and over again. It's one of those channels, probably, when I finish. And you know, there are gonna be many people trying to get this channel out there. Like, many people. Either right before I finish or right after. And those people who came from the first explosion of the people who are trying to do it that came before are probably gonna say something after it's done. It may be a weird butterfly effect that may happen with the channel. That is if people stay, which honestly I think once I finish, I think they will stay. When I finish. I still can't believe how many people subscribed. Oh wait, did I accidentally mute it? Oh no, I didn't. I'm not too sure what you're asking, Aegon. I don't know how to say your name. Up to a cat plays. So thank you as well. Oh, I'm so glad I have enough pickaxe left to finish. Fosp. This is not the last section. There's a couple more. There's 3 more after this. think there's roughly 8 million blocks left, something like that. I think 9 million actually. 9 million? Something like that. No, I'm just gonna finish this and do something. I need to do something after this. Not very important, but think I do something real fast. I'll be back in a bit. And I'm gonna get myself a snack, so. Okay, back. Actually, I'm not back. I need to get some more water. Okay, now I'm back. Oh Jesus. Audio setups, I swear, at the same time. We're trying to figure out, but at the same time, they're kinda a pain sometimes. Putting in quite the investment, but honestly, it's not gonna do much. In the long run. I don't know, it's pretty recent, but I'll save after this pickaxe. Actually, well, I will be saving, but won't be mining. Okay, what am I doing? Seriously. I really question that a lot sometimes. I don't know why I was thinking I was repairing them right now. It made no sense. Whatever. I've done that a couple times. I do it occasionally. I don't know why I do it. It's like things. Give me a second. Okay. I feel like I'm really close to hitting it the dragon every single time. I think the problem is the fact that the dragon just moves so quickly that by the time that arrow gets to where the dragon is, it's already too late. It's kind of frustrating actually. Not really, but I know a few friends that don't understand the concept of um actually it's only like one friend, but the concept of living in an area that has bad Wi-Fi, which because they've been living in a place that has really good Wi-Fi, which I'm going there at some point, but or at least near there, maybe. So thank God for that. It's going to be an actual blessing to have good Wi-Fi. Unfortunately, if this project doesn't... Actually, yeah, unfortunately, if this project, or if this channel kinda sinks in terms of, being able, if I'm actually willing to put more investment into this channel. If this channel kinda sinks, then, that extra bit of Wi-Fi power, just speed in general, I guess you could say. Won't be super useful because, I mean, there's Smash, but I'm not gonna be playing that online. I could just go to locals because there's gonna be many locals where I'm pretty sure there's gonna be many locals on where I'm going, considering how big the city is. So it's not like I can really put that Wi-Fi into really good use. But I mean, I'll probably find some pretty good use to it. Maybe encourage me to stream more. And not only that, but have better quality and actually upload videos quicker too, which would be really nice. Contemplating taking the gold, but I was like, yeah, I don't really need it. It's not really worth that much. It's 2 pieces of gold. These mines just really aren't that big. I mean, I literally discovered the entire thing, and it's weird this is the first mine shaft, or yeah, I discovered it within a couple minutes, but he's it's crazy that that's the mine shaft I originally entered in when I was moving the beacons, and now I'm destroying it already. Also, actually, never mind. 6 more days until 30 days. I think I could actually I think I'm actually gonna finish the section before, or at least it's gonna be really close before the other section. Like, this may be my fastest section again, a new record. I definitely know the next one will probably won't be. Maybe. It's gonna be pretty. I think the last section actually gonna go by pretty quickly. Not the final, like, the little baby section at the end, because that's gonna be weird. There's gonna be so many people who think it's gonna be the final section, but or the big section's gonna be the final section, but they don't realize that there's still gonna be this really tiny section at the end of it. That will be the finale. Oh yeah, it's gonna eat a lot of the farm actually. I think I'm gonna have to just destroy the entire farm. I think the next section will be the closing of the farm, unfortunately. I mean, look how big this section is, and then look at, like, picture the section, like, double that section size. Pretty much double the section size of this, and you'll see how much it eats up. It eats up a lot. At least it looks like it eats up quite a bit, like half. I'd say up to a half, up to half the farm, but I'm gonna have to destroy the farm, unfortunately. I might as well destroy it next section. I mean, there's no reason really to keep it at that point. Unfortunate. Rip farm, August 2017 to October 2021, which is actually pretty crazy to think that that farm has lasted this long. Because yes, I did create this farm way before I actually really made this channel, made the channel really a thing, and or made the project really a thing as well. This is dead. Lived a really long life. Usually they make jokes about something surviving from 2020 to 2021 to 2021. This one actually lived a couple of years, which is crazy. This world has lived for five years. Yeah, 5 years, almost 5 years. Because this world actually was a whole year old before I even started this project, which is funny. Now, I think the only regrets I have in this project really are the fact that is the fact that I didn't restart at 2 million blocks. I probably should have. If I knew my friend wasn't gonna join, I would be like, oh well, I probably should have just restarted and just did it completely solo. Not only that, but I possibly having a better seed, possibly, and I would do better just in general on the project. Because nobody knew about this channel. I could have restarted this channel several times if I wanted to. Nobody would even know a single thing about, or almost nobody. Yeah, pretty much. Like, make a new world. Brand new survival world. Recorded more of it project. Like, record the start of the world. Pretty much. And maybe I should have recorded more of this project. Just more of it in general. I mean, yeah, I've recorded literally every bit. Also, speaking of that, how many hours have I been streaming for this section? But yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about. But I didn't really put in the effort to do it. I mean, honestly, I think the reason why I just didn't want to put in the effort because I didn't expect much to happen with this project. I kind of just went for it. Instead of fully planning it out. Or at least somewhat planning it out. I can do that. I mean, I was just trying to figure out what my average time was per section. And this is a good average because this is the only section where I'm actually going to record the entire thing mined out. Just kind of scary to think about, but so I could just duplicate that 16 times because it's basically, if I want to figure out how much time I've really spent in this world, I'm gonna have to figure out how many hours per section and then multiply it by 16 to get a good average, because I think this section is pretty balanced in terms of water to land. I mean, sure, it didn't have that much water, but I mean, honestly, you know what we could do, actually? I think it was 202 hours or something like that for the deep ocean. So we take this section that has basically almost no water, and average out with the deep ocean section. So we have almost a very clear average of how many hours it really takes per section, and then multiply that by 16. Then you have, I think, probably some of the most accurate results you can get for how many hours this takes, which probably isn't as much as you would think, but so if we can take the calculations for this section and then average it out with the other deep ocean section, since that was the longest section in the entire world for sure. There's no way it's not. And then average it out and figure out. Yeah, it's probably about as accurate as I can get in terms of time, average time for the world. Because this world is actually fairly balanced. I mean, sure, yes, it has quite a bit of deep ocean. Like, even the next section is going to have some deep ocean, and I think that even the next section after that's going to have a little bit of deep ocean, but now, I'd say there's still a good amount of land in this world, like a pretty good sizable chunk. I wouldn't say amazing, but it's pretty balanced. It's almost 50-50, I would say, for the most part. Almost. I'd probably, it's like 60-40. I'd say it's 60% water, 40% land, but it's kind of meh on that one. Kind of hard to calculate that. Oh yes, the deep ocean. I had no clue there was another deep ocean in this world. Seriously. I didn't even realize I built the farm on top of a deep ocean. Kind of crazy to think about, actually. And I didn't see an ocean monument. I haven't seen one yet. It'd be funny if I actually found another one. Dang, it's hard to believe how long it's been since I destroyed that ocean monument. That was way back. That was back in, I think, 17 million. People don't realize how little time I've actually realistically have spent in this world, in general. I'm not kidding either. Like, it really isn't as much as you would think. I mean, sure, it's a lot for one thing, which gives that weird perception of where it seems like I'd spent a lot more time than you would think, but because perception is really odd when it comes to stuff like this. Oh, Jesus. I was gonna mention... Yeah, the perception is just weird though, because it's like you would think I'd spend like, it feels like I've spent my entire life, or you would think I would have spent my entire life doing this, but it's only been, it's not as much as people think. I'm pretty sure people have I spend more time playing a variety of games more than I've actually been doing this project for the past 4 years. Seriously, I've been doing this project pretty casually. You gotta think almost a whole year of breaks, like break time. If you account for the months of breaks that I've taken, it almost equals up to a year, which is crazy to think about. That means I had a whole year, almost a whole year of doing something else other than this project. And do mind you, that's not even accounting for playing other games, school, work, stuff like that. Like, it really doesn't even count for that. That's just the break of just not doing the project at all. If I went, okay, I'm just gonna say this right now. This is how little time I've actually really spent on this project. If I spent 50, this is kind of mind-blowing to think about, but if I spent 50 hours a week, 50, I think it's 54 hours a week, I could mine an entire large world in the same amount of time as I'm mining this world. Wrap your head around that one for a second. I'm pretty sure on that. I think it's a large world. Give me a second. It could be a different world size. I could be going crazy. Yeah, without breaks. Wait, never mind. Maybe it wasn't a large world. I don't know what world size I was thinking of. I think it was... Okay, it was not a large world. Definitely not a large world. I don't know what I was thinking of then. What am I thinking of? I don't really know. Okay, yeah, it wasn't a large world. It's a large world is way beyond that. It would take just to wrap your head around this. I just did quick calculations in my head. About 5 times as much. So it'd take 25 years straight, going 54 hours a week to mine a large world, which actually isn't as bad as you would think, especially for mining 1 billion blocks. You would think it would be more for mining 1 billion blocks. That's 54 hours a week, though. I'm pretty sure on that, because it was like 200 something million when I was calculating. I don't know what I was calculating. You would think though it'd be honestly I would expect more from mining 1 billion blocks. Mining 1 billion blocks is just I'm not even at 50 million. I've been doing this for 4 years. think by the time I finish the nether in the end, I should be way above. I should be over, I think probably 55 million blocks, which is crazy. That if you combine the total blocks, average blocks of the overworld, nether in the end. Because I know it's probably around 1 million blocks for the nether over the end, and 6 million blocks for the nether, or 6 million blocks for the nether, roughly. Thank you, IB's Toycat, for the video, for seeing how many blocks there are. And then, about 1 million blocks for the end. And there's at least probably 45 million. Even if you account for the water, I think it's still around 45 million. So I think if you account for everything, I'm gonna be even with the deep ocean. I think I should be over 50 million blocks. I don't know. I don't think the deep ocean's as much water as that you would think. I mean, I think if you account for all the water, I think it's around 3 million blocks of water for everything, for all block. If you account for every single block of water, probably around 3 million, 3.5 million. Which puts my total at around 44, 45 million blocks, if not counting water, and not accounting for caves and ravines. And you add up, it's over 50 million blocks at least. I'd say a minimum 50 million. Which I think the most amount of blocks I've seen somebody actually mine was like 9 million that I know of. The most blocks broken I've seen, if you account for just stone, it was like 9 million. Or was it just in total? I have no idea, but too bad I don't have statistics to know how much I've mined. It is quite a bit. I mean, this guy tried to compare to the Master Caver or whatever his name was. It's Master Caver. Which this guy only had like, I think it was, he had 3 million resources alone. It was mainly, I think it was like 2 million something. 2 million resources, not like minerals and just actual like usable resources. Like coal, iron, diamond, lapis, redstone, stuff like that. But he had like 65,000. I still can't believe he had something like 65,000 mossy cobblestone. And the fact that he placed over 600,000 torches. That is absolutely mind-blowing to think about. It's only mind-blowing because if you account for all the torches that I've placed down, I've only placed probably around 50,000 something. And the only way I can actually beat that is if I placed a torch almost every block in my world. Almost. Or every block on the ground, just in general. Which would be kind of cool to see, I'm not gonna lie. Just seeing your entire world filled with torches. When I say only, I literally mean just only in comparison. I know 50,000 torches is a lot of torches, but for majority of people. Just like this entire project is a lot for a majority of people. Just about every statistic in this project is a lot for majority of people, except for those two guys apparently. Like, I mean, how many people really can say they've mined over 10,000 diamonds in a world? I mean, not many people can say that they've actually mined, not using any machines or anything, like hand mined, at least around 5,000 to 6,000 diamonds in their world. Because I'm accounting for fortune in that case, so maybe times 2. It could be kind of interesting to get one beacon, like haste 2, speed 2 beacon. Well, technically 2 beacons, but I guess you could say one double max beacon, I guess you could say. There's a better way to say it. One double max beacon, and you just get efficiency 5. Actually, no, that's... I wonder what's faster. I wonder if mining infinitely with efficiency 4, fortune 3, and a breaking 3 is actually more efficient and doing branch mining versus just getting an efficiency 5 and going at the best diamond levels. Just insta-mining everything and then moving the beacon, then insta-mining, then moving, then insta-mining, then moving over and over and over again. Just keep doing that. Or get an iron farm. Like get an iron farm, get a wither skeleton farm, farm beacons over and over again, and farm double beacons basically. Go to the bottom of the world. Place as many beacons down as possible, like perfectly space them out, or at least as well as possible. And just mine as much as you can at diamond level, or whatever diamond level is now. I've heard they're kind of a pain to make, but I think, I don't know, I haven't touched too much on wither skeleton farms, but know I did something similar to that on in my nether at some point. I just used cobblestone slabs. I just went ham basically. You know, I think just removing everything will be actually a pretty nice strategy. I think that's actually better than I would think, yeah, I would think just removing everything would be better than spawn proofing everything. It'd be easier to keep track of at least. Yeah, exactly. Makes it a lot cleaner. That's when getting TNT dupers would actually be useful. That's when I would actually use something like a TNT duper. I think. I don't know if it removes lava or not, but if it doesn't, then you'd have to remove the lava, then do TNT duping. And just incinerate that area. It doesn't? Okay, never mind then. Yeah. You might as well just... yeah, just remove all the lava, then do it then. I mean, there shouldn't be that much lava, right? It's only 128 by 128. I mean, I know to a lot of people 128 by 128 is a lot, but I mean... look what I'm mining. Look what I'm removing. I mean, I think just removing this alone would take people forever. I mean, I know it took Sword King, this is, funny enough, this is the same equivalent to his sections that he does, but just, his is twice the length. His section, that he's mining is twice the length, but half the width than the section, and his takes months. When I say months, I mean really months. With multiple people sometimes as well. I don't know if you realize this, he has to do that same thing 16 times over equivalents. I think it's crazy what his actual plan is. He could actually theoretically get this project done in a very short amount of time at what he's trying to do, the way he's doing it. He's basically making an entire he's bordering the entire world in 50 by, like, he's removing the east, west, north, south sections, like 50 by, like 50 blocks across, so 50 blocks across, 50 block width on the west, east, south, north, like and then he's removing, I don't remember if he's doing it in the middle. He's making like a giant present. Like how you do like it kind of looks like a giant present, like he's outlining it. I don't know how to explain it. It's like he's outlining it and then he's making a cross in the middle. He's bordering, he's basically gonna do, he's kind of doing what I'm gonna do in the nether, in a way, where he's gonna mine the border, and then mine the middle. And then the crazy part is he's actually gonna be trying to mine all, each quarter of the world. Think about that for a second. You know how long it takes me to mine a quarter? Think about doing it all in one go. I mean, it's not the entire quarter, but it's pretty close. All in one go. So he's gonna do quarter, 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 and then finale. It's quarter, quarter, quarter. Boom, there you go, done. Which is crazy to think about, not gonna lie. It's a lot in one go. I'm talking like I think almost 8 million blocks in one go, which is 4 of these sections. Or 3 of these sections in one fell swoop. Which these already take like a month or so, so. It's the equivalent of, funny enough, it's actually the equivalent of what I have left. So imagine if I just got rid of all of those blocks in one go, the next sections. I just combined all of them into one. That's what he's going to be doing 4 times over. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's the same amount of blocks, just, I don't know. Like, I know he does weekly episodes, so it's, at least his, progress is a little bit more flexible than mine. The way he does it, which I may do it like the nether. The nether is probably how I'm gonna do his, similar to his updates, because there's no way I'm gonna do, I want to do something different for updates for the nether. I'm still not too sure what I'm gonna do, but I want to try something a little bit different. Yeah, I'll be removing the lava first. I don't know if I should just do a commentary update or something of the sort. Seriously, I didn't expect to even land in lava. Oh my god, of course I land in this. It's 1 block. It's 1 block wide and I land in it. You know, it always feels like I always have either amazing luck or I have the worst luck ever. There's like no in between. Seriously, I feel like the luckiest person alive sometimes, and sometimes I just feel like I am destined to, you know, just not do anything sometimes when it comes to luck. So, pie guy. Do what? About a guy who survived in the void? Also, I'm just gonna mention, you know, I tested out the Caves and Cliffs update because the experimental thing was out or whatever for Bedrock. And I tested out this world. I wanted to see what happens if you change it. And apparently all it does is it just turns all of the blocks underneath negative, or all the blocks under Y level 4 into Bedrock. It just turns everything to Bedrock underneath. So if you're wondering what happens to this world with Bedrock, or with the caves and cliffs, it doesn't do much. It literally just turns everything to unfortunate, but so there's nothing miraculous that happens with it, but maybe in a new update or something could happen. Maybe I'm missing something, but I know it changes. It's only the generated terrain. Everything else is fine, I'm pretty sure. Which is pretty interesting, but you know, I thought it was something kind of cool. What if I mined around that area? So like I mined a chunk next to that area. Like I mined a little small chunk that was next to the generated area. So all you had was a wall of bedrock. You could actually just witness yourself seeing a wall of bedrock that goes down 64 blocks. I think that would be kind of cool. I know when I switched over to Bedrock one time, the chests were literally covered in Bedrock, so it was impossible to grab any of the chests or any of the resources inside of the chest. Because of the weird like glitch that or the weird bug that happens on the edges of the world for some reason. I don't know why it does it, but it's a thing. Honestly, that'd be horrible if like Bedrock spawned above layer 4. Like if you actually did have chunks of Bedrock throughout your entire world. Oh Jesus, I can't even imagine. Or whatever layer Bedrock spawns at, layers negative 64, whatever. Maybe that's what I should do for a video. Just mine a chunk at layer down to layer negative 64. Because I have not actually seen what that looks like. And I kind of want to see what that looks like. Maybe not a chunk, maybe something like a 50 by 50, but I think that'd be kind of cool to see what a giant chunk of land missing from a Caves and Cliffs update looks like. Especially with all the caves intersecting it and stuff like that. It'd be the biggest pain in the world to mine out what I'm in. I think majority of the blocks would be already mined out by default because, you know, these caves are gigantic. There's probably more air blocks now in a new world than there is actual blocks. Oh Jesus, I can't imagine the big mountains now with extreme hills. I mean, that'd be kind of sick. How tall are those caves? Or how tall? Jesus. How tall are those mountains now? I never actually checked how tall those mountains are now. I know like probably the average height now is quite a bit taller if I remember correctly. Talk about a pain right here, my god. Oh yes, can't wait for something like that. That's gonna be insane. Can't wait to see how many people are actually gonna die in this world. Like the world's gotten way more dangerous. It's actually kind of insane how much more dangerous the world is now with that height. Thank God Feather Falling 4 is very OP. And you can survive up to, I think, 96 blocks or something crazy like that. I think it was more than 96. Oh yes. I'm gonna prevent falling by just removing every block. I kind of feel bad for whoever joins a world like this because I don't know if they'll die. I think they'll die just instantly, but I don't know about respawn dying. Like, I don't know if it's like an infinite loop or something. I need to test that actually. Because I just realized if my friend Matt joins this world ever again, if he can ever join it again, that if he joins, he's probably just gonna die as soon as he logs in because wherever he was, that's gone. So unless he got really lucky and he was on the other side of the world where the farm is, but Plus, if you're wondering how many layers I'm gonna try to get, I'm gonna try to get 4. 4 layers done should be alright. Depending on what time I finish, I could get 5, but I can try to get 4. 4 layers is, let's be honest here, 4 layers is plenty. Four layers makes up for quite a bit of ground if I ever miss a stream or anything like that. On the days that I'm working. Um, I think when I did the pickaxe, but I might as well drink some water right now, right? And it was a small amount of time where I kind of did slack a bit on water. Let me just say this, I regret it quite heavily. Combine it with the sleep that I didn't get because for some reason my body decided to get 5 hours of sleep. So combine the lack of water with the lack of sleep. That was not that great of a day, I'll tell you that much. Because I noticed that when it came to sleep, sleep didn't help with the mental aspect of the job. And then combine it with the like lack of physical capability because of the lack of water. Yeah, that was quite the struggle. Actually, wait, no, that wasn't the day. I think one day I got like little sleep, but thank God I drank a little bit of water, or a good amount of water. I'm really glad for that day, because that day, if I, if that day, if I didn't drink much water, I was pretty much toast. I hate the fact that I take things so literally, but I use so many metaphorical phrases. It's so weird. It's really funny when people like twist metaphorical phrases. Yeah, I don't think my parents understand that much either. I mean, they're more understanding of it than they used to be, but it's still kind of bizarre. Them just a bit. But to be fair, SI daemon is like one of the most bizarre functions out there because who would have thought our brains are literally designed to prioritize basic functions of a person at the lowest level. Like it's actually kind of insane to think about. It's like imagine our brains literally prioritizing basic needs the least, or forgetting basic needs. The least out of every single person out there. It's so weird how that works. I think it's actually really funny freaking people out and doing things that like the complete opposite of what you would think somebody would be doing. Talk about being completely random. It's like you expect somebody to do something, but they actually do something else entirely different. What's up, Daisy? It's like they expect some kind of reaction out of you, but you like literally have, it's like, alright, I'll do the complete opposite. I do it in Smash, actually. I do a lot of weird mind games. Yeah, I just do a lot of randomness. Or it's not completely random, but like, that extra bit of self-awareness of taking myself out completely out of the game, makes it ever so enjoyable of destroying people's habits. Because there's one thing we are really good at, and that is defying people's habits. Because we're so unaware of our own habits, we can keep track of other people's habits as long as we somewhat pay attention to whatever we're doing. And don't concentrate on what we're doing, but everybody else. And this is why the term of mastering any skill can really come to play, is because you can just look at what everybody else is doing in a skill, take their skill basically, and it becomes our own. It's super weird, but it actually does. It can work like that as long as you put enough time into it at a certain point. Which there's a lot of times where I don't utilize it for some reason. I try to just do it on my own instead of just looking at what other people do. I mean, sure, you still have to practice whatever it is, whatever skill you're doing. But there is a point to learning from a person in this case. But I don't think I utilize the looking at what other people do type of thing as much as I probably should. Yes, it is. I tried not to do anything that's like too... I tried not to do anything that I wouldn't like to do. Like if somebody did it to me, like jump scaring people, for example, that I already know how annoying that is with my paranoia, so I try not to do anything that's too jump scary, unless it's a person I know that doesn't really care, or they're really difficult to jump scare, so I try to challenge myself to jump scare them. But because I have a friend that's basically impossible, I wouldn't say impossible, but pretty close to impossible to jump scare, because it's pure reaction. It's SE hero. It's SE hero, so he has basically just pure reaction time, so he doesn't predict anything. It's just, it happens and he reacts to it. It's not like a jump scaring. But I was able to jump scare him once. Oh yeah, the stream's really lagging actually. I didn't even realize that. The bitrate is kinda dying right now for some reason. Actually really bad. I was able to jump scare him once, really surprised. Because I was near a wall and he was walking into a house, or into the house. I stuck my arm out, like, as soon as he was gonna walk past the wall. Just his reaction was pretty priceless, I'm not gonna lie. It was, I'm talking, like, I think my arm was, like, about an inch away from his head. That's how fast that was the only time I was able to actually jump scare him, because he had no clue I was there whatsoever, and had no clue I'm gonna stick my arm out or anything. It was pretty funny. It's the only time, though, I've actually managed to do it, but other than that, I don't really jump scare anybody. I try to do more randomness more than anything. Which I know jump scaring is kind of randomness, because you can just make a really loud noise and do it, but honestly, I prefer something a little bit more subtle. What's up, Gaming Master? What's up, Adam? of alternating. Okay, so here's the thing about the when I say he's pure reaction, I literally mean pure reaction. Paranoia just does not exist with him because he's SC hero and they don't care about other people's intentions or futures or anything like that. And no paranoia exists for him. It exists for me, but not for him. Which is why it was pretty much impossible to scare him or jump scare him like that. Like actually pure reactions, which pure reactions on their own isn't really that good because the problem with pure reactions, if it's something really comes up too quickly, then you won't react to it regardless of how fast your reaction times are. That's kind of the problem with pure reactions. So that constant paranoia actually can be helpful for something that does come up very quickly. Is it really choppy? Yep. Well, I mean, it's only constant if I'm actually in that state of paranoia, but I'd say most of the time, yes. I generally will have constant paranoia. There's a way for me to avoid it. I just have to not think about anything and just not think about my environment, just live in it in a way. Because if I think too hard about what's happening around me, then I'll start to get paranoid, but I just need to live in my environment, not think about it. I mean, it's helpful in certain situations, thinking about. But, most of the time, it's more... I more or less need to just react. Kinda, yes. It's kind of just turn off my brain. Pretty much go into this state right now. But if I think about what could happen into the environment right now, very, very easy to slip into. But, it is possible for me to not do it. Yeah, basically just turn off my brain. That's really the only solution I can think of. Not think of any kind of... Okay, the only way I'm reacting is if something actually affects me or is something actually getting my attention. Like, actually giving my attention. Like, I have to be for 100% certain that my attention's being called upon in certain situations. Like, sometimes I think some people say my name, but they don't. But I have to know for certain It's basically this weird version of like overthinking. It's like I'm just overthinking about things that are happening around me. I just need to just not think about them. Just pure reaction. It pretty much is turning off your brain though. Probably the best way to describe it. I mean, I've noticed that. I've noticed every time I try to just shut off my brain and just let everything happen around me, I never got jump scared. Or just never got jumped, like, from the paranoia in general. But that doesn't happen very often. I just have to react entirely. It's kind of hard to do with stuff like fireworks and like explosions or things watching. Like if I'm watching something, like a firework exploding or something like that, that's really hard to just to react to. I don't know how to get out of that one. I'll have to figure it out once I ever deal with stuff like explosions or whatever. Maybe I'll figure that out. One. I know technically a bunch of types get paranoid. I know pretty much all types, even types that are already aware of like the possibilities, can get paranoia because of past experiences. But my type of paranoia is a bit different. It's just pure. It's very pure in the terms of like it's just anything can happen. Like at least if types that are aware of possibilities that get paranoia, at least they have some capability of looking into the possibilities because of their past experiences. But in my case, it's more like anything can happen at any moment. Even if it's something that actually isn't possible, I still could get paranoid by it. It's really frustrating. Fortunately, I'm not in that state 24/7, or at least it's impossible to be in that state 24/7 because it's just part of your mind that or that's part of my mind that is not default. Thank God thank God focus and stuff like that is more default, is a default state. So, but when it does happen, it's pretty crazy sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna take a break and then come back and finish the. I think I might do 2 more layers because it'll be actually pretty late by the time I do the 4th layer. So I'm gonna go and do 2 more layers after this. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay. Back. Still a little bit earlier, but not that much. Oh, that's better. I have sort of, well, I wouldn't say disgust. Actually, I don't know if I've heard the word disgusting as a way to describe it. I've heard it's very just plain. Too plain, I guess you could say. I don't know about disgusting, but I've heard somebody say like plain, boring or plain or whatever. Something like that. Something of this sort. Hmm. With X. Go. Stupid stretch. Oh jeez. Oh, there we go. That's better. Actually, I'm gonna go get some more water. Okay, I'm back. I'm doing alright. But it's kind of funny how you guys both said the same thing. Which is kind of funny, saying it, coming back to it. I don't know about very hydrated, but I'd say I'm pretty hydrated. You know, I just thought about something. If I ever do like if I do a webcam and I get a green screen, I have a green cup. What does a green cup look like when you drink water? Does it look like you're just... I just thought about that. It is... Small talk is kind of difficult, I'm not gonna lie. It really is. I mean, can you imagine? I have a green cup. Like, imagine drinking out of a green cup with a green screen. I don't know if I'll, like, stick with the green, like, I'll stick with the, what's it called, webcam forever. Like if I like go to doing a webcam after on the Q&A or whatever, I may do it. I think I'll do it on the Q&A live stream. I'm not sure yet. You know, it'd be actually kind of creepy if the water was showing and the green screen like a reflection or whatever. Not a reflection, but like some kind of, I guess, yeah, any light that hit the water or something like that. I don't know. Oh, Jesus. Never even heard of that. No, I have not. I haven't only been playing Minecraft. I played Smash, I played Beat Saber during this time, I played... Probably those are the two main games, not gonna lie. Can't really think of any other games I really actually invested any time into besides those three. And this... I'm actually pretty decent in both. Okay, so I think on PS4 Minecraft, do mind you, this is total hours. Other worlds as well, which still isn't there to this, not even close. About just over 9,000. That's just in PS4 version though. Do mind you. But I don't really play any other version, so 90% of my playtime Minecraft ever. Do mind you, that's probably good amount. It's probably AFK. I don't know how much of it is, but majority of those hours are is the project. The rest are a bit of AFK and other worlds, which still isn't saying that much though. I don't really play on other worlds that much. I mean, the only reason I even play Minecraft anymore is because of this project. Oh yeah, my Wi-Fi is having a little tantrum right now. Oh god, it's really having a tantrum. It just straight up died. Oh god, now it's okay, yeah, it's really bad right now, my god. I'll give it a couple minutes. I think it's finally leveling out. Kinda leveling out, I think.